Late shift today? Yeah, today. I had a lot of work to get done. And then I took an extra nap because I didn't sleep that well. So, yeah, it was like, just running really far behind. How's your, how are you doing over there, Luke? Wherever you are. I think it was actually nice that I took a break from the penguin because, like, I'm seeing things because my brain has had, like, time to repair, I guess. I think it's good to walk away from projects. I had to work this morning. Got a pretty early morning tomorrow too. Just checking in before I sleep. Oh, thank you, man. Yeah, I kind of had like I work from home. Like, this is just more for fun. But yeah, so I had to like finish stuff up and all that good stuff. That's why I'm on basically super late. This one looks really coming together. Thank you, man. Yeah, I do. I like the way this one's turning out. I'm gonna spend a little extra time. I think I might be able to get it done today if I do like an 8-hour to a 9-hour stream. But overall, yeah, I'm happy with this character draw. wish I could work from home. Must be nice. It has its drawbacks, like, but yeah, I mean, I worked in manufacturing for 10 years, so in that sense, just like the idea of not leaving my house and doing that is just nice. But let's just say I don't make a lot of money right now. With all that in mind, I make basically barely enough to cover the cost of living, which I'm totally ready to sign up for, just because it's the value of the lifestyle you get from not leaving your house, or leaving your house only whenever you want, or like today, like I took an extra I took an extra like 3 hour nap because I felt like it, and the value of that is hard to quantify. So I do need to like work on making more money. But other than that, yeah, it is extremely nice. It has its drawbacks too. I mean, you do get cabin fever from because I tend to stay inside a lot. Future Oil Painter says, "Yo, home skillet. Hey, what's up? How's the old how's your life over there going, Future Oil?" I don't know if you got parks close by, but I would go for relaxation walks all the time. Yeah, we have parks. Yeah, we got stuff like that. That's what I did that one day. I went on a very hot hike. Actually, I could show you. Well, no, I can't. But yeah, we have some nice parks. It was very hot. It was like very good exercise because I was just pouring sweat and stuff like that. So that was nice. But yeah, you're right. That if you're like a kind of like indoor enjoyer, that can spiral out of control, and you gotta like force yourself to go on hikes and walks and go see people kind of thing, because yeah, it's just something you have to like make it a part of your sort of weekly thing where you force yourself to go on like a very hard, like exhaustive and hard hike. So yeah, I think you're right, which I have been doing. So I can show you. Well, maybe I'm trying to think like, am I gonna dox myself by showing? This is okay. So this is our like local park, right? Is the camera gonna be crazy? It's not gonna show, but this is where I was hiking. Of course, I damaged my lens on my new phone, so there's like a nice bloom effect and everything. But you can see like the insanity of this place, like how cool it is. There's like waterfalls and sandstone and stuff. Oh, I just took a picture of the ground. There's just like, it was like super nice. I wish my I wish I didn't like have that damaged smudge on my camera, so like it would have produced nicer photos. But that's just what I have to live with now. But yeah, that was my hike. This music fits right in with the heat too. Gotta go. Keep it up 100%. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. says hi. Thank you, Leaf. Thanks for stopping by, man. How's your day going? Really depressing and hard if you really want to know. Hope yours is better. Mine is a little bit better than that, but just enjoying the nice heat wave and just drawing in the heat wave. I guess that's what I'm doing. Drinking plenty of hot water. But think I'm getting used to the heat. I think you really do kind of like adapt to it. I think. I think I'm adapting. I don't think I'm like just delusional. But I hope your day gets better. Did you want to have to work yesterday after gaming? Did you want to, if I may ask, or would you rather have work today or another day? I don't know. I don't take that into account. I just kind of do it when it needs to be done. But I'd rather not delay work for tomorrow, kind of thing. You know, I don't want a bunch of stuff stacking up in the background. So I'd rather just get it done when it needs to get done. As as much as I don't like to say it like that because it sounds too adultish and unfun to be that way, but that's just what it is. Unfun, so the work itself is not fun. I would say the work was not particularly fun. No. That sucks. That sucks. I'm sorry. Why don't you get a job as illustrator or designer? Something. Are they hard to find? You clearly have skills. I don't know. I just don't feel like finding that. work on an Alien mech Vs or Marvel comics. Yeah, I'm not really into like comic books or whatever. I just kind of like to draw down ideas that I think of. I don't really want to work for those companies. For a comic book studio easily, I would think there are some jobs in that area. Probably, I don't know. It's just the comic book stuff. I'm not like super interested in pursuing that. Not. I like comic books. I just don't like some of the. What do you call it? I don't like the superhero stuff. Just doesn't get me interested anymore that much. Nice music sounded oriental. Nice. Casey, thanks for answering. Sorry, didn't mean to bother you or annoy you. No, you're fine. This is Witcher. Sorry, just really like it. Yeah, this is yeah, like this is Witcher Autumn Journey. In case anyone's wondering. Nice colors, Nikki. Oh, thank you. I wonder if I should just make his feet like what color? What color are penguins' feet? Aren't they like yellowish or something? Or am I crazy? Uh, Let me go to ChatGPT and ask in a way that'll trick it into just giving me. Penguins' feet are typically black, gray, pink. Why do I think they're yellow? Orange. Again, two penguin. Orange. Okay, so there's different penguins. Just make one penguin, God. Let's. Penguin. Why did I think they had yellow feet? Is that because of cartoons? They do have black feet. That's weird. But I get all the cartoonized images look a lot more yellow. Okay, so orange, pinkish feet. to my box of pencils is if I can find like a. I have an orange pencil, but the orange pencil I have is like a little bit too pastel-y. Thanks, never. Thanks, never seen the show or didn't recognize it. This is from a game. I also didn't watch the show. I didn't finish the game either. Hold on, I gotta sort through my pencils here, see if I got an orange. I know I do, but orange middle. Cadmium orange. Orange Lake. I'm gonna go for middle. I feel like that's the most appropriate pencil for this, for the penguin's feet. I'm of course gonna have to sharpen it up. They do have orange, yellow, orange feet. Yeah, I figured, because that's how I remember it. But apparently that's only like one type of penguin that has that. I guess it's just... assuming they all have orange feet is like penguin racism, you know? It's just how we portray them in cartoons, I guess. It's fetism. That's funny. Fetism. did you zoom in a few minutes ago? Just curious. Why did you zoom in? I'm not sure what you mean. I don't remember zooming in. The camera? What kind of camera do you use? It's a, I'd have to look at the link on Amazon because it's kind of like a generic brand. It doesn't even have a name. Somebody said it has, I think it has like a red in its name, but I'd have to go on Amazon and check my orders because it wasn't like a, I don't remember, to be honest. But it's nicer than the Logitech one. It's like the same specs, but it's just like, I don't know, it's just like a slightly bit higher bit rate or something. It's, you know, it's just, it has like the same 4K, but if you have a higher bit rate, it's just a smoother kind of thing. It has its drawbacks though. I had to buy like a super long cord to use this camera, because like if you connect two of them together, this camera will not recognize the computer, or it will intermittently. So I had to find like to make this camera work with the computer that's over there. You can imagine there's like a pretty long cord going across, and combining two of them didn't work. So I had to buy like a really long one, which the Logitech didn't have any issues with that. So it has its technical problems, but whatever. It's not. Other than that, it's like when I say that, it's not really. That's not really a big deal. It doesn't have its own microphone. It does not have a native microphone. Something to remember. Not that I particularly care, because I have crap load of cameras or microphones and stuff just from the years of buying them. news depressing? Nothing but bad news. Oh, I know what you're talking about. The World War III. Yeah, that whole thing. No big deal. Yeah, it's coming. I was just talking to someone that yeah, well, yeah. I was talking to someone that is in the heat of things. Ugh. Nice lukewarm water, like some nice room temperature water. I like to say that because I know people don't prefer it. You guess boys have to play with their big toys once in a while? Yeah. I was watching some footage earlier today. I was watching some footage that looked a lot like Helldivers in real life. I'm okay with room or cold water, to be honest. I actually prefer just like normal water. You know what I mean? I feel like it's like the ice cold water people like to drink. I mean, on a day like this, it could help out, but I don't know. I don't know. I just to me, I don't like the I don't like to make my water drinking like unpleasant. You know. I alternate between the two. Also, hello. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm not. I guess I'm not a cold inclined kind of person. I think I just got used to drinking like room temperature water when I was a kid, and that's just like what I prefer now. It doesn't need to be cold at all. I mean, like a little bit colder, like not. You know, I don't want it to be blazing hot, but Hey boys, how we doing today? I made a tea with milk, turmeric, ginger, and honey. I'm not gonna lie, that fancy tea has always I never liked really fancy tea with like all the gingers and all the. I do like regular like black tea and green tea sometimes, but I don't know. I feel like the fancier the tea, the more like it tastes kind of weird and flowery. But yeah, that's just my take. I'm kind of like a basic kind of a tea drinker. I'll take Lipton or something. Did you see my tech question above, by the way, about images scrolling? Oh, yeah, that's part of OBS. You can set it up that way that it pulls from a file and then it'll have the image scrolling kind of thing going on. Turmeric is supposed to be really good for us in powder form. You can have it with food even. I don't know. They always say that about everything that sounds like that. They always say it's good for you. We found like this powder in a root of a tree, and you need to drink it daily. I don't know. I don't know how much of that I buy. But maybe, I don't know. Hot milk with turmeric powder, hardly fancy. You drink hot milk? Bro. I don't even like cold. I don't know. Something about milk makes me. I've never been a milk guy. I can drink milk now, but when I was a kid, it borderline. The thought of milk almost made me like gag. And when you say hot milk, that's so brutal. Just a smell of like milk, just strong. It's just not for me. I was never a milk guy. I drink everything freezing cold. Yeah. Well, except like water, but milk is just a smell of it. I don't know. I need it to be. If I drink milk, it needs to be cold for sure. Does milk have a smell? Yeah. Iced coffee. Yeah, I think milk really belongs in coffee. It's like a tea. That's why you're 3 feet tall. I don't get it. I'm not 3 feet tall. I feel like 4 is huge. No, I mean I'm like normal. So I'm like 6'2". I'm like normal sized. 6'2" is the normal size. Depending on where you go, right? Some places, like I heard, it's like people are super tall, but like in America, I don't really feel tall, to be honest. Like there's like you're no, you're just basically normal. Yeah, like depending on where you go, it's just there's a lot of people that are like way taller now. Especially like now, they make them. These new people they're coming out with, they're just these new people they're coming out with are just way taller than the norm. I actually like being 6'2" just because it's like you can still fit inside of cars and stuff, and like I feel like maybe I'm coping, but I feel like once you get into the 6'4", like you're pretty like your reality starts to become literally physically uncomfortable because most things aren't made for you. If the king is 6'2", it's the norm, right? Yeah, I dictate what the norm is. How do you how do you have it set up so we see your scrolling images on the left, then you're drawing on the right? Is it like a split screen option though, YouTube or split? No, it's on my computer in OBS. Yeah, the everything you're all of the like wording and imagery and like my camera, that's all done through OBS. You just gotta download it, it's free, and just kind of do some YouTube tutorials, you'll figure it out. I'm below normal. What is the what is the height? Is 5'10"? I thought five. I thought it was 5'9". That was the like the world average. Leaf says, "What is OBS? Sorry, not familiar. OBS is the program I'm using to stream. Just type in OBS into your search bar, and you'll find it's like a circle. The circle is like the symbol is a circle with the like a looks like a blade, a thing with 3 blades on it. You'll see it. That's what you want to download if you want to have a similar thing going on." I think that's right for average. Probably. I might pass out though. I'll try to sleep. Today was exhausting. I bet. From what you showed me today, did seem very exhausting. It's just crazy, man. Have a fun stream. Thank you, Japoji. Calling in an eagle. Peace out. Some of your rumors about another one, but we'll see. Indeed, we'll wait for further announcements tomorrow. I'll keep an eye out on social media, see how bad things get. Does seem like it's getting pretty like kind of crazy out there though. think all this heat, it's making me like not hungry ever. I haven't really been eating a lot, and I don't feel like that much hunger at all, which is like kind of cool because I'm basically like on a, what do you call it, a fast. I'm fasting a little bit, not on purpose. I just don't feel any hunger when it's this hot out. I just force myself to eat a couple hot dogs in the morning, and then that's like it for the day. Oh, cool. So you just connect the program to YouTube for the screen. Um, yeah, like to connect it to YouTube, like YouTube gives you a code. There's like this number that you input to your OBS, so it knows like where to send like the translation or whatever. Like I said, it's not too difficult. You just have to follow some YouTube tutorials. Yeah, my idea is that because of the head out body isn't burning too much energy. Head out body. I do think, I don't know, because it might be because physical activities also do come into play. I mean, yeah, like I am moving a lot less to like not get too hot, and I'm also not, yeah, maybe. I mean, it would kind of make sense, but when I'm cold, my body doesn't produce more heat. I'm just cold. I put on more clothing, I just feel more cold. So it's like if I was getting up and moving, but usually when I'm cold, I just put on more clothing. So I don't know. I think the heat just kind of takes away your desire to eat for the most part. And then once you're like fasting, like once you haven't had food for like so many hours, you kind of go past the hunger stage, and you just go straight into like the like I don't want to eat kind of stage. Your body just starts consuming your own fat, and then like you're just chill from there on. I don't know how to explain it. So to me, that's kind of how I think of it. I think I've been, well, not eating any carbs in general, and then like just eating a lot less because of the heat. And I think I'm just like my body's just consuming itself now, just like So I don't know. Announcements about what on social media? Getting crazy. Sorry, just curious. Just leave like the world stuff that's happening, like conflicts and stuff like that. That's what I'm referring to. That's what we were referring to earlier. Just there's a lot of stuff going on that is troublesome. I don't want to get into it too much because this is not that kind of this isn't that kind of a stream, but uh, you know. I meant heat. In the cold, we take away our fat to convert into warmth. Right. Yeah, there might be something to that. You just don't consume as much energy when you're in a lot of heat. I do have my dog in my room, and he's in a very cold. It's like I set it to be 76 in there. It feels like you walk into a freezer when you walk into there. And like I said, I'm only doing that because I think my dog like wouldn't survive out here in the 92-degree heat that's in my living room. And I figure it's a lot cheaper just to like cool him down in there and then just suffer over here. Because if I try to cool the whole house down, I'll be burning like 300, like maybe more. I'll be burning through quite a bit of energy to accomplish getting this house cold. So I figure if I just last a few weeks in this heat, I'll just get used to it, and that'll be that. It is what it is. Yeah, that's kind of how I look at it. I don't even get upset about it anymore. It's just like it is what it. That's just all you can do is basically like kind of hope it, you know. political stuff. Yeah, yeah, like that. Don't pay attention to the news. Sorry, not aware, and do not care. Honestly, well, good. I'm pretty sure their tails are just black, right? I mean, look at some dolphin propaganda here. Yeah, looks like their tails are just black. It is amazing that penguins can like survive somehow. Just the way they're shaped and like, I mean, I know they're fast in the water, but when you just look at them, it's just astonishing that they like are like still out there doing their penguining. If you don't want to talk about it yet, some people feel free to talk about. No, no, no. Uh, yeah, Leaf. It's not. People don't get to talk about whatever they want if they need to. It's like different streams have different like sort of policies on like what gets talked about, so they don't want to talk about certain medical stuff or political stuff. It creates an environment. So it's actually the opposite, right? Because I have to like curate an environment that is of a certain type. And I kind of just generally like I do kind of like sometimes I'll say stuff, but I mostly stay away from it. So hope you understand. No torpedoes is a better way to put it. Almost done with the penguin, I think, right? Why was it other day stream called Coffee Stain? Sorry, I missed that one. Because, well, one of the streams was called Coffee Stain because I was watercoloring with coffee. But then I was doing I was just playing video games one day for the stream because I just was like, just wanted to take a break from drawing. It's hard like when I do like this rendering to not like push to go further down that I need to. I want to be careful and not and like just kind of finish the parts and like refine the parts that still need to get worked on. It's easy just to kind of like keep pushing it and like I think I'm gonna draw the ground a little bit, like some rocks, some surface rocks here, some maybe some spent shells on the ground kind of thing. I think that would be pretty interesting. Yeah, I'm replaying Fallout 3 right now. I never actually beat that game. I beat Fallout 4 though, but right now I'm just going through and I just got to the Arlington library and downloaded all the books for Moria so she can have her survival book she's trying to write. So I'm slowly going through those missions, and I just got to the Project Purity building to find the father of the main character. I don't know why, but I thought that game was a lot smaller. I've been playing Fallout 3 now for like weeks now, just kind of casually on the side, like 40 minutes here and 40 minutes there, and it just seems like that game's like just I haven't even touched the DLC, and it's just going on and on and on, which is good to have a large game. Penguins do like to collect pebbles for nests. Oh, really? I guess it makes sense. Maybe I should do like just a touch of white under the tail. I think I was listening to some show and I forget what show it was, but they were talking about how certain apes have entered the Stone Age. They have they like use tools often enough and like crush rocks and basically use tools enough that they're considered to be in the beginning era of the Stone Age for certain ape types. I don't know if that's true. That's just what I heard on I think it was Joe Rogan, but it's been a while that I listened to that. The other thing about talking about politics is that on Twitch you have to be in a certain category to talk about it, so people know that when they enter a stream, like what they're going to be getting into. So it's actually part of the rules. Not that I necessarily think I would get in trouble, but it's actually technically part of the rules that you do not talk about things outside the scope of what the Obviously we can talk about cars or whatever, but politics tends to be divisive, and once you bring it in, it's like you just brought a wild animal into the room. The Starbucks employees looking so young, healthy, and happy. I bought one time. I went to go get I bought one Starbucks coffee in my life, and I was not impressed, to say the least. I was not impressed. Well, beluga whales are smart. By listening to people talk, they were able to learn and understand what they said. Beluga whale, really? I know, like, I mean, like, if you like look at evolution, right? Then technically everything's like slowly. I sort of wonder, like, how humans, like, we've domesticated dogs, and dogs, if you look at them, our influence with us, if you look at a modern dog and a wolf, they've become, like, their teeth became smaller, their snout, like, they look more puppy-like in general. And I sort of wonder if the influence of humans overall is going to increase the intelligence levels and, like, sentience of it. Like, I wonder if there's like a sentience pyramid. We just happen to be like at the top of it. We think, right? And we are slowly, like, everything we interact with, like, even like fruit and trees, like, we select the ones we like, and we grow that, and so we've influenced their genetics, and like everything's like slowly kind of moving in a direction, in a weird way. Um, It told the diver to leave the water, being terrified by hearing a voice under the water. You could understand how scary that is. That'd be pretty cool if they could, like, telepathically communicate. I would leave the water if there was a whale in there, regardless of what it said. But that would be my strategy. Zen Buddhism. Leaf will always step into. Did you know there are blue bananas? No, I did not know that. I no, I know bananas used to be like like there's different sorts. Like you get like little bananas, but no, I did not. I did not know there were blue bananas. Wait, did I read that right? Yeah, blue bananas. Yeah, whales can be nice and gentle even while being huge. Elephants can too, but I've seen footage of elephants just going crazy randomly. Yeah, like the killer shape form octopus that killed Russian scientists allegedly. Because it was recorded, especially by divers. How can scientists know for sure? Leaf, why do you always have to argue? Like, I just told you they recorded it, doing it. There are videos of it being done, but just because it was recorded doesn't mean we understand it and of itself. There's even birds that can learn multiple sounds, but just by hearing it. we step in what you're. Unhinged Oxygen says hello. Oh damn! I didn't even see the. I didn't get an announcement for the raid. Thank you, David Northart. Thank you for the raid. Huh, weird. I get a shout out. Shout out. Show us that sweet art, man. Show us. Let me. David North art. There we go. Thank you for the raid, man. But yeah, I'm just working on a penguin with some machine guns at the top. This rock. Oh, thank you. Yeah, just I wanted kind of like a silly, just doing some animals for a while. Well, not a while, but maybe I'll do one more like kind of an animal based one. But yeah, I think this one's turning out pretty interesting. I like this one. Let's go down here. I think I'm getting close to being done with this. Like, I think I might be able to finish it today, but I want to go slow and just kind of take my time with it. I love the gun design too and how he gets to aim with it. Yeah, I wanted like a sort of like a turret kind of a deal that is sort of moving around without him necessarily having to directly turn, having some degree. Blue Wolf D, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that, man. Liebird was the bird that can copy sounds. Well, Paris can kind of like copy sounds, right? They say, Blue Wolf D says, this work is incredible. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, this was just an idea that somebody on the YouTube chat had to do like a penguin. And I went along with it. I think I might take a break from the animal thing and do like cosmic horror after this. Another cosmic horror. Hold on. Oh, unhinged oxygen. Thank you for the follow. I'll have to take a moment and come back and check out your stuff, but I gotta go. But I'll definitely be back to check it out. Thank you, man. Art is looking cool. Thank you. So cool. Thank you. Cosmic horror is the way. Yeah, I do like to do that once in a while. Every time I see someone stream art, it makes me want to stream as well. I enjoy it. Yeah, it gives you kind of like this, you just kind of chat with people and draw, which like I would be like drawing anyway, right? So might as well just have a camera on there and just kind of chat with people. So I think that's the nice part about it is it kind of makes art like less of a single player experience, which is interesting and cool. So that's kind of how I look at it. And Twitch does pay for the art supplies, um, so just kind of pays for the paper and stuff. So that's kind of nice. Why don't you unhinge oxygen? I recommend everyone does. I don't know. I think it just makes the drawing experience like a better experience. I think the first 2 months I was kind of nervous to be in front of the camera, but then like I got over it pretty quickly. The problem is I don't really have the hardware I need. That'll set you behind. I don't really have a camera nor a thing that I could put my phone on to use it as a camera. I mean, I think the best way to stream, for sure, is uh, using OBS. But I don't know. I know some people do use a camera or whatever, or sorry, a phone. But I just like using my computer for all this stuff. More versatility, I guess. I want to stream digital art, but my laptop dies the moment I even open Twitch. Yeah, you're probably gonna be looking at $800 to $1,500 laptop. I don't know exactly, but to have the specs to like get into the game of it, you're gonna need like a better piece of hardware. I want to stream digital. I have OBS on my laptop, but it just doesn't work. I will get a function laptop this year somewhere because I need to for art school, so I'll be able to stream most likely. Nice. Well, I hope you get that figured out. I was always kind of a gaming fan, so I always had like a kind of a powerful PC. So and I had the drawing desk, so I basically had everything I needed to like get started, just by the virtue of me, just having all the stuff I needed. It is gonna rain here it's gonna rain here tomorrow, which is nice. I really want the temperatures to like drop a little bit. It's been absolutely brutal here. Silver, did you say you wanted to do a tiger next? We'll probably do a tiger after like a cosmic horror one or something. Like a tiger with a laser or something, you said? Well, Nick, how about we call this one Private Gustav? Oh, because of the Gustav Dory or Door. I keep saying his name wrong. I keep forgetting it. It'd be kind of cool if I made like an epic battle, like just do a whole like sheet like where it's just like this epic like penguin combat trench warfare. Um, that's fair. I just don't really have the money to buy a proper PC right now. No, it's totally understandable. A name for the penguin? No, you were talking about doing. You were talking about doing a tiger next for the picture for the drawing. Or you wanted to see a tiger? Sorry, I got to sneeze. Oh my god, that was a good sneeze. Maybe you should stream outside in that rain tomorrow, Yuri. All right, I'll do that. I'll have to move a lot of my computer stuff out there, and it'll get wet, but sure. I'll just spend all of tonight kind of moving it out outside. I feel like my stream may have been a little too unhinged. Why? Sometimes after a stream, I'll be like, I probably shouldn't have said some stuff. Like, I'll just go on some rant, and then later I'll be like, I should keep things like way more generic than. Sometimes I'll say stuff, but for the most part, it's been, like I keep it pretty generic. Because I'm just here to kind of like, people want to stop by and watch me draw for a little bit. That's kind of the point for me. I said fuck a lot. I think I put everything down. It's understandable. You'll get that. I also bring up the simulation. I just mostly bring up the simulation theory way too often. I think I try to dismantle Eclipse Studio Pro. Gotcha. Yeah. If not, or need an explanation, basically it's a rainbow, but in this case, like reflects off the ice crystals within the clouds. Have you seen a fire rainbow? If not, or need an explanation, basically it's a rainbow, but in this case, like reflects off the ice crystals within the clouds, showing an image similar to fire. No, I've never seen that. I've never heard of a. Yeah, I've never even heard of that. That sounds pretty cool though. Unhinged Oxygen. I've made a pose that simultaneously makes a lot of sense for the character, but the pose itself doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Yeah, posing characters is like, I feel like some people do a lot better with that stuff. They make a lot more dynamic and realistic poses. I think my guys tend to be a little stiff, if I'm being honest. Like some of my characters, that they're not like super dynamic poses. But it is what it is. Some people are better at that kind of stuff. You know, I saw it and took a picture since it's a rare occurrence. It's dynamic, but in a way, it's like only a drama queen would stand like that because it makes no sense to have your hand like that. But then again, my character is quite a drama queen, so it works sort of. Gotcha. Well, scientists that study, yes, as for people who that study weather phenomena are more than likely to see it in their life. To see it in their life. Is it okay if I send a link to the drawing? Yeah, sure, yeah. Is it okay if I send a link to the drawing in chat so you can see what I mean? Yeah, that's fine. Well, scientists that study it, yes. As for people that study weather phenomena, are more than I already read that. Where did you first see or hear about it? I learned the phenomena beforehand because I was researching things such as lightning, light refraction, the different types of rainbows. I'm a very curious person. As a result, like to learn. Oh, jeez, I got a lot longer. I saw it in Florida while driving. I saw the image in the sky. Knowing it was rare, I took the photo. That's cool. We're in Tampa. Thanks for sharing. A link to what? No, it was somebody on Twitch. Welcome in Florida. Uh, these are rare phenomena, so I was in the right place at the time. Yeah, I've never seen what the fire rainbow kind of thing. I'm sure there's like all kinds of weird stuff that can happen. that is impossible to explain once you get it on camera. So, Discord, okay. I mean, it looks pretty good. I like it. Nice. I'm kind of struggling with the arm, but that's okay. No, I mean, honestly, it looked pretty good. But yeah, arms are a struggle for sure, Z's. For all of us. Except for those who have mastered it. They don't struggle, but we do. You just have to become a master, and then you won't struggle anymore. Was that link in for Twitch? If I Yeah, that's on Twitch. You'd have to go to Twitch to see that link that that person sent. It's not on YouTube. Well, Nick, I'm heading out now. I'm gonna make some burgers. Nice, man. Yeah, burgers are good. I actually need to go buy some patties, just so I have a quick, convenient access to those. If most people are on YouTube, I could also go to YouTube if that helps. No, it doesn't matter. There's not. YouTube is kind of like it kind of it'll explode during a stream and like a few people will stop by, but it doesn't have the like the same. Whichever platform works for you, you don't have to accommodate me wherever you feel most comfortable. I don't want to make. I don't want to move people around. It like doesn't matter. But if you want to talk to Leaf, he will talk to you. Doesn't really matter for me. Gotcha. But if you go over to YouTube, Leaf will talk to you the whole time. He loves. I'll just go to YouTube and drop a link there. I'll be back in a minute. All right. RC Detective Elo. This is Unhinged Oxygen. Nice. Thank you for checking out the YouTube side of things. They'll that person will they will drop a link. Who am I talking to whole time, Yuri Lol? And was that a compliment? Unhinged, interesting name. May I ask how you thought of it? Don't see the link. I think YouTube might block links, actually. Honestly, I was just looking for a unique username, and I thought, why not do something with the periodic table, and then was trying out different adjectives and stuff, and I ended up with this. I think YouTube does block links. I can unblock it, but I don't know how. I know it's like the opposite. It's like the opposite on Twitch. I can like block it, but I also don't know how to do that. I think by default YouTube protects you. Japoshi had the same dilemma, but my problem is the background noise. My PC is stationed in the middle of the house. You can use your iPhones for a camera to set and all. I just don't know the details on how to set it up. Gotta do some YouTubing. I think that's the. When I lived with my parents, I wanted to like make YouTube videos like back then. But like it was awkward. Like they're like right behind me, and I can't stream because they're like listening, and then they're talking across to each other across me. So it's like it's just not the I think you do have to have like a computer and your own like kind of like living space to feel free. Yeah, felt exactly because they're talking, they're shouting things between you, and walking. And so even though I wanted to do this kind of stuff back then, it was just not viable because it's like I feel comfortable like talking to people, but I just can't have people like behind me just randomly sitting there. You know what I mean? It's like it's not the same. It's not the same vibes. And sometimes the topics they talk about on the dining table is problematic. Oh, I know. Like streaming career would be over and it hasn't even started. Lol. I would watch you, Javochi, if you started streaming. You just need to buy like a little apartment kind of thing. I need a soundproof room because speaking English in this household makes me sound silly. I totally understand. Do you have a blue sky? Leaf, why don't you just go to Twitch and see the link there? I think the link to my Twitch is on my YouTube. Why don't you just go to Twitch? No, let me just go to Twitch, I guess. Yeah, I think it would just be easier for everyone. Otherwise, it's like watching you like figure out how to launch a rocket into space. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm also very. I'm terrible at like coordinating anything like that. Oh, he can. I think he can do it because he's a mod. Okay, yeah, Jipochi's a mod, so he can send links like that. Dang, love your anatomy perspective. I could never. I need to study because I'm sucking at portrait classes now. Yeah, I kind of suck at portraits a little bit too. Thanks, Jipochi. Jipochi, thanks so much. It's a lovely drawing of a person who really enjoys having hands. Apparently, right? That's actually funny. You drew that, Miss Oxygen. I'm also a hands enjoyer. I wake up every day and I'm like, thank God, guys. If I had to lose a limb, it would not be my hands. It would definitely be my left leg first. That's the limb I care least about. My left leg does nothing all day. My right one, I could like still limp it along. My left arm, if I had to lose an arm, it'd be left. But my right arm, for drawing, well, I guess I'm holding pencils, but I could probably put like a little thing here, like a little claw, and do one of these to like close the claw and then still draw. But I think my right hand, I was like, I couldn't go without my right hand. Oh yeah, I could not live without hands. It's my best friend. And yeah, I'm the same way. I don't even want to put this thought out there, but if I had to lose two limbs, it'd be my both my legs. I'm like, whatever. I don't like to get up that much anyway. I can like if I was missing legs, I could just crawl my way to the bathroom like even faster because they wouldn't be weighing me down. It'd be a little freaky looking when you're like just kind of like walking on your hands really fast. It kind of look you'd look like a creature from the the 90s Quake games or something. But other than that, and you'd never, you'd obviously never have a chance with a woman. But other than that, you could like kind of crawl around on your hands and still stream and draw and play video games. Just kind of like what I care about the most. Also my pronouns are he him. By the way, honestly, I still don't like fully understand the pronouns thing. I don't have it on any of my bios because I'm just like confused about what people are even talking about. I'm just like, I'll just leave that alone. Pronoun. I didn't even like learn what pronoun. I mean, I'm sure I was supposed to like learn all that pronouns. It sounds like something I should have learned in like the sixth grades. Dude, you can upgrade your arm limb into like those creatures you're doing. Oh yeah, well Elon Musk is that brain. You could just gotta install that brain chip. You just gotta accept that. You just gotta accept that maybe like he has access to your brain. But and then you can like move the mouse cursor around. So even if you lost all your limbs, you could still play like Tetris and stuff. It would be a very isolating experience because you couldn't like move your hand. Imagine like if like you did get into a situation, and this is not funny, right? But like let's say you lost all of your limbs, and like you got the Neuralink, you were ready to play like a video game, and then like they left you in the chair, but then the chair, you know how like a swiveling chair will like move because of the weight, because the floor isn't even, and it like spin itself, and like it just spins you away from the screen, and you get left there like that for like a few days, not looking at the screen, and you're just sitting there like trying to like scoot your way back. That would be annoying. But anyway. I think before I get super old, they're gonna be able to fix a lot of that stuff. I would if I could get if I went to war and like lost an arm, I would definitely get like a super cool arm though. You know. And he plays Marvel Rivals. I still haven't tried that game out. It doesn't have shooting, so I'm pretty sure I wouldn't like it. That's the other issue.
I know Jipochi enjoys that game a lot. Leaf, how did you change the color of your name? We can we can stay at Mr. Unhinged, Unbound, Oxygen if you prefer. Also, I'm wondering what art I have on YouTube since I don't really post on there. You drawing under the bridge. You drawing under the bridge? Cartoons, anime? Do you have an Unhinged art station page or something? Sorry, I wasn't following the convo because it started locking in over here, and it's really hot in here, so I'm trying to reading causes me to like breathe more, and it's hot. me. I did not change anything, Yuri Low. Leaf. No, I just enjoy seeing it as a watercolor XQ texture, and it turns into a pretty interesting illustration. I had a weird slight hate on it because in high school we used to do art. That's a cool behind that. I think that's also why I think like I didn't do watercolor for the longest time because I associated watercolor for like it's something you do in like you know what I mean when you're like really young, and I didn't take it seriously because it seemed like something like little kids do. But then I realized it was actually incredibly difficult to do watercolor. Watercolor blending and blending is rough. I have returned. Did you like Yuri's coffee stain drawing stream for the other day? Jipochi seems up your alley then? I was just playing around. I was just like trying something new, you know. I'm thinking maybe the weekends I'm gonna do like an experimental, like I'll do like Saturday I'll do like an experimental kind of a thing where I'll draw, you know, do the watercolor thing or something weird like that or markers, and then on Sunday I'll like do that'll be my gaming day stream. Like I'll just stream video games, you know, so but that'll just be one day out of the week because I've been kind of wanting to stream some video games here and there, but I didn't. Now I just kind of like I'm just gonna be a lot more loosey goosey with the streaming. I'm still gonna like regularly stream, but I'm going to like just have more fun with it. Let's say, and you know it's gonna be 98% art. Just saying that once a week I'm gonna do video games. Um, I love these oxygen ponds. You know what's a really good oxygen game that has oxygen in it? Well, it doesn't have oxygen, or the name of the game suggests that there isn't any. Is Oxygen Not Included? That game is like a really fantastic colony sim management game. How can I learn watercolor quickly and easily, please? Oh, I know. Are they life-giving puns? Aren't they Master Detective? It's been months since I deleted my TikTok. I locked all my videos because they were cringy dance trends from COVID. feel like this foot isn't as quite as good as it could be. Something off about it. Oh, you know what I should draw? Is like those snowflakes kind of flying through the air. Kind of like the blizzard snowflakes. It looks a little bit like a blizzard, right? I wish I was a professional artist. However, I don't seem to get the reach I need to get proper commissions and or printless. Wait, you're gonna learn coding, artsy detective. There's also another study there that is more focused on coding, so I'll mostly be working together with people from that course than making projects. I think coding is awesome. Like programming is like something really cool about it. Although I can't do it, but I do like people who do it. Big fan. A guy told me in the art group I joined in, his his professor made them do 50 sketches a day, not thinking about perfection, and all just a shape, a little bit of shadow for depth. yeah, like I think like the best thing to do is like the beginning of a drawing over and over again, where you're like thinking and establishing the shape. That's like where the difficulty is at, and then like the rendering is kind of like sort of a separate issue that is sort of easier to do. Just takes like more time. It's time consuming to like flesh out the details and refine everything. But yeah, doing a lot of drawing, doing 15-minute sketches over and over and over again is like, or that's what I was doing. It's just like that'll beat you up really quick. I'll try to get more posts out, but I've also noticed I find it quite difficult to know what to post to make the post interesting. I never think about what post will be interesting. I just kind of draw whatever comes into my head, or sometimes if somebody in stream wants me to draw a particular thing, I'll do that. But I don't really take that into consideration for the most part. I just kind of draw what's a silly idea or something I find interesting. That's about as far as that goes. And I think people like them. Also, my art style so far has been anything but consistent, so that makes it harder to get a dedicated group of people on social media. I think. Yeah, I think I've developed like, I mean, people tell me I have a definitive style now, and I believe them. But yeah, I don't know. I just draw how I draw, and that's just kind of how it comes out. Guys, let me make sure my dog. I gotta go let my dog out. See if he wants to go outside. I'm gonna drink some water and eat a hot dog. I'll be back in like 3 minutes. But I gotta go let my dog out. He's like in my room with the air conditioning, so he has no way to tell me if he wants to go outside. So I gotta like let him check every once in a while. So I'll be back in like 2 minutes. Sorry about that, guys. I am gonna have to get up again after he finishes his milk. Milk. I think if you have your own space room, you should start trying to stream. Blue Sky is a lot like Twitter, just bluer. I'll be honest with you guys. I post on both platforms, and I don't use really either platform. Like, I've never used Twitter. I've never been like a Twitter guy. I don't get it, and I also don't get Blue Sky. I don't understand. I just don't understand the appeal of it. It's like, would you like to have YouTube without the fun of watching videos? I don't know. I guess I'm just not into that. I think it's for people who want to like follow celebrities or something. You know what I mean? It's got to be like something along those lines. One second. I gotta let the dog. I gotta do. Dog. I had to make sure he goes into the room. I can't have that door be open. I can only afford to cool down a small room with a dog. Was a point two. That's that in the normal pencil shade. What lead type are you using for your mechanical pencil? Yeah, I'm using the .2 one for my for lately because I bought this pencil and it's got like this tiny lead in there, which you have to. They do sell them on Amazon. RT Detective, yeah, it would kind of cost you a bit, but it's good to start somewhere. I like the .2 because it just lets me get crazy with the details and stuff.
bunch of tradition in the past though. I used Procreative on my mom's iPad. I have a Wacom tablet myself. I don't use it though, really. What is a Wacom? A Wacom is it's a company that does drawing. They do drawing tablets and stuff like that. I'm not sure if they do other stuff, but that's what I know them for. Detective Hell, yeah. Procreate nerds are talking about their own brush patterns. I have no idea how to differentiate one. It's a drawing tablet brand. Man, this made me realize I never draw blonde hair. I've never heard of this brand. It's a pretty, I mean, it's a, Wacom is like usually the go-to. I'm sure there's other ones, but it's the only one, actually it's the only one I've ever heard of. And then once I heard of it, I bought it and stopped using it shortly thereafter. Once I realized I wasn't really into digital art as much as I thought I would be. I thought drawing like by hand on the tablet would change that, but it kind of didn't. So I was just like, meh. Me, are you saying like me drawing the yellow shells? Is that what's making you think of blonde hair? I'm not even sure if they're like this yellow, but I'm gonna make them this yellow. I know they're like more brass or whatever, but I'm not a gun person, so I don't care really.
tried drawing curly hair, man, it made me realize how hairs being the people's face to life, but they are also painful to draw. I can't even imagine having curly hair. I think I'm pretty happy with the way this, overall, with the way this picture is sort of coming out. I really enjoy drawing darker skin tones, but I don't want to play into the issue that is making the antagonist have a darker skin tone because it feels weird. I never think about any of that stuff. I guess all my pictures are like weird enough. I don't know. You did a great job with the flippers. Dang. Oh, thank you. Yeah, the flippers are flipping for sure. Thank you for the emojis. I appreciate that. There's a game I saw on Steam that, earlier. It's called, I forget what it's called, I'd have to look it up, but the basic premise is you print out, you design like life forms, and give them like sentience because you build the programming for their like the way they think, right? The basic logic that they go by, and they get trained on like internally using your computer, like the movement system. It's so interesting. Like you design the muscular structure, the build, the actions of like this little life form, and you send it out to compete against other life forms. So like your world will be filled with life forms that somebody else built in their world, and thereby it's like a multiplayer experience in a sense. I don't know. The game's premise is very interesting. I was thinking about buying it, but I kind of know better because it is the kind of game where you have to do like programming. There's like programming involved, so I just know it's outside the scope of what I can realistically do. So as much as I admire like a concept like that, I just know I'm not gonna play it after like 10 minutes when I realize that it's gonna take 9 months of like learning some weird programming language to like give it, I don't know, sentience. So I'm just like, nah, that sounds like a game for like people who are like already deep into this kind of stuff. I'm gonna try flip into bed again. Thank you, Japoshi. Appreciate that. Understandable. Uh, I don't know. I just tend to overthink stuff, and also I do plan to make some lore and interactions with another character, so I don't want it to seem weird since I do plan on posting it online myself. What kind of games do you play, Artsy Detective? I wish I could just be an artist. I wish I could just be. Me too, buddy. I wish for infinite time. I wish access to infinite time, and like I want to play like video games for like 10 hours, and then roll over like draw a little bit. But it's like beautiful, genius work, and everyone is like, "Wow, that's really great." And I go, "I know, right?" And then I go to take a nap, and then I play video games again. That's the ideal life. Is like your skills never degrade no matter how long you don't draw for, and you have like a millennia to become the greatest artist ever. Detective, that's some game character maker instinct right there. And also, I like the trope of having a conventionally attractive guy as an antagonist. Me too. I think I also think like attractive people should be in the leading role. No, I'm just kidding. Uh, no, I am kind of biased though. I'm like, cause like the movie 300 was like honest about that. The little troll person, he was just like he was the one who like kind of opened the door for the Persians to like hit them on their flanks. I'm like, that's some brutal honesty there. Uh, but yeah, I also kind of unbiased that way. I feel like highly attractive people like they just are more moral or something. I'm kidding, but kind of no. These are jokes, people. I have to get out. I have to get it out of my system. I just realized that belt would be pushing down the pants on that side. I need to like squish the pants down a little bit on this side. Also, it's always nice to make hot villains. I mean, who said who said that? I don't know if I prefer a traditionally attractive villain or a an unattractive villain, because that's kind of a hard one, right? Because I feel like what's the guy who was snapping his fingers and killing everyone in Marvel or making everyone disappear? That's like a that's like a difficult one because it's like because like when it's like I don't know. I honestly can't decide. Because if you think like my favorite hero of all time is probably like RoboCop, like Alex Murphy, and he was insanely on a like once he became a robot, he was real like when you look at him once the transformation's done, he's like rather unattractive. But I still like think of him as like the best superhero, in a sense, if you consider him a superhero genre. Um, but it's like if you're really attractive, you have less reason to be evil. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I don't know if my character will specify a villain or just like an antagonist, but we'll see when I get into the lore. Yeah, I don't know. I think that I don't know. I think it works both ways. There's always an advantage to being like sort of like unattractive and unattractive. You have, you know, you'll get different things out of both sides. I guess is what I'm trying to say. But I think I'm more biased towards like having good-looking heroes and not good-looking villains, kind of thing. Pretty standard. Yuri, why can't you do what you wish and just play video games and then draw a little bit? Isn't that what you do now? But not to the extent that I want. I have to work I'm still locked into having to eventually address having to make money. But you're right, I'm living as closely as I can to that lifestyle. And I would like that to remain for as long as possible. Because I think that is like the highest form of life, is to just kind of, is to draw and enjoy, you know, read books and whatever, ride motorcycle, whatever you're into. I don't even think I'll be a gamer for much longer, just because I've been kind of like rapidly losing more and more interest in video games in general. But I'm just saying video games because that's what I do now. But I feel like I won't be a gamer for like that much longer. You know, like I don't think I'll be gaming consistently. But I don't know. I just, most games bore me to death now. But yeah, I do that, but I would like to secure that life and, you know, just somehow make enough money. Honestly, if it wasn't for my dog probably eats more money from food than I do. I'm not like, not even kidding. My dog eats like more money per day because I feed him ground beef and then I give him a can of food. So he probably eats like $7 or $8 a day, and I eat well, no, not that much. He probably eats maybe $5 to $7 because I give him milk too, and then I eat eggs and ground beef. So like I probably eat like $2 a day less than my dog, just because he's older. So I gotta feed him like higher quality stuff, or he'll die or whatever. So like I gotta be careful with his diet. But he's doing really good, and he's sitting in an air conditioned room while I'm not, because I'm pretty sure like he's not a dog that handles like heat really well. So I'm pretty sure if I were to like bring him out here in this 93-degree heat, he wouldn't make it. So like, yeah, if I didn't have a dog, like my cost of living would go down by like $600 a month, basically. Like I would just cut out so much. Well, not maybe like 300. I'll cut out another 300-400 a month. I have cats, I know, but cats, they can kind of tolerate heat, can't they? Aren't cats naturally desert creatures? Like, didn't they come from the desert, like originally? And I heard that they don't sense they don't have a good sense of like hydration, so they're always in perpetual dehydration. That's what I heard. I don't know if that's true, but I like cats. But I think I had a pet, which is this dog, and I love him. But I think once I'm done, once you know the time comes, I think I'm done with just like pets in general. But you mostly enjoy drawing this much, don't you? Right? Otherwise, you could do less. But cost of cat. But you mostly enjoy drawing this much? I mostly do enjoy drawing a lot, yes, because I want my skill level to be, you know, higher than like normal. So I figure if I draw so many hours a week for so many years, it'll be, you know, I'll be able to produce more of what I see in my mind instead of having to compromise. So that's, yeah, that and playing video games, I'm just like content with that life, and I feel like it's a good life. Cat litter, but most cost. Oh, that's right, because you have a box of poo in your house. That's right, I forgot about that. They don't have sweat glands, so they need AC. Oh, really? Because I've seen a cat in this heat. I forget if dogs have. No, they breathe. They just breathe heavy. Dogs, that's why they breathe like that, because they don't actually sweat through their skin. As far as I know, that's what I've been told. But I think cats will survive, like, I mean, cats, I have 8, dude, that's a lot of cats. You should start charging people for, like, a ticket price to, like, come see your cats. You got a whole zoo in there, man. Sorry, I just try to fix these pants here, and I just made it, like, a lot. I made them, like, way worse, and now I'm having to redraw it, like, 7 times. 8 cats is a lot, man, dude. That's like my eyebrows raised questionable territory. Like that's like cat lady. That's like deep cat lady territory. I just remember I still have to sketch the halo. Nice. We'll check it out. Yeah, send a link when you're done with that or whatever. So imagine my cost while my family's cats, like they're related to you biologically. I don't get it, but regardless, I would be careful, man. 8 cats is a lot. That's like cat lady territory. I would, you know, I'd be careful. I don't know why I can't draw the side of these pants now. I feel like I've never had an issue with drawing like pants, like crumpled up pants. I mean, they're not mine. My family got them. I just... Oh, it's the... Yeah. I mean, if you can get $1 per cat a day, you know what I mean? That's 8 cats... 8 cats times 30, that's what, 16, 24, 240... No, you need $2 per cat. That's what I would start charging them. Get like a cool $500 coming in every month. Start a cat washing business. I mean, they're not, yeah. So I heard there's a parasite that cats have that makes men more aggressive and women like more submissive. It's like, I guess it's like very big in Spain, and yeah, it makes men like more like less caring about themselves, like they'll do more dangerous stuff. Yeah, so that there's like a cat parasite associated with that, I heard. Something to look into. Not that I'm particularly like worried about that, but change people to see cats. Charge people to see cats, but also charge people to watch cats. Or yeah, if you're watching people's cats, I would just charge them money. Cause I watch my buddy's dogs. He had 2 pit bulls. I heard about that. Oh yeah, the parasite. Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? It's weird how it affects men more like more aggressively and women like less aggressively. Just that's a weird thing, but I guess it makes more of a just makes men more like throw caution to the wind kind of thing. I'm not even kidding. This is like a real thing. Male cats or human males? Human males. Yeah, human males. How can humans contract that? I have no idea. But that's a pretty known thing. I would look into it. I'm sure there's parasites that go between species or whatever. From cats, I don't know. It's from cats. I don't know. They live on cats, but then they can make it over to humans, I guess, enough to disease them with that. There's also things like thanks, fun stuff. Never heard of it. Yeah, there's also parasites that can make like ants. They can take over ant brains and get them to go in the water. There's all kinds of this stuff that happens out there, and I sometimes wonder how much of our civilization that we think we're leading is actually like not necessarily like, well, a mix between parasitic life forms and like our diet, you know, because everything we eat, like a plant is trying to survive, and if it's delicious, and we make entire like cities worth of like farms to replicate that plant, but then it affects our brains and our civilization takes a different course. I often think like how much of our civilization is actually like not us strictly speaking, but like the other life forms that we're interacting with that are changing us as we're changing them, kind of thing. A study actually shows that a lot of people with a thingy study economics or financing or something like that. A study shows that a lot of people with a thingy study with a thingy. Ant thing is a fungus, I think. Yeah, yeah, I think it's a fungus. But yeah, it's pretty interesting. I just realized it'd be more fun if this pant was like going down like this, down a little bit more. Because it wouldn't be a perfect circle, because gravity would be affecting it. I don't know why I drew it the way I did. This needs to go down. So I guess human brain sees studying finance economics as a really. I heard that they were like. I just heard that the people with the, huh? I don't know. I just. I don't know exactly. I just heard that they were more like risk taking. To me, finance seems like a very hard subject that is very like you have to focus a lot and it's boring and you're gonna be just sitting there in misery for hours. That's what finance like. That's what that word conjures up in my brain is that it's pure misery the entire time. I don't get it either, but oh well. I definitely don't have the parasite because I'm like like when I drive, when I do things from like daily tasks, I approach it with rather a good amount of like patience, and I'm just not into getting tickets or doing things that are abrasive in society when I'm outside my house or whatever. So you know, I definitely don't have the aggressive parasite thing going on. Maybe I should go to sleep. Oh, it's 1 a.m. Yeah, I would go to sleep. West side of Europe. West Side. Where are you, RC? I'll find I'm in Florida. May I ask what country? I'm just reading chat. I'm not asking. I'm just reading chat. You don't have to tell me. I'm not gonna. But yeah, Europe is pretty cool. There's like cool buildings there and stuff. One day I should go there and check them out. I'm from Eastern Europe originally, from Belarus, which is where I originate from. Great little country. I'm Dutch from the Netherlands. Oh my god. The Dutch are pretty cool. They have good irrigation systems, I heard, in the 18th century when they were settling places and stuff. Aren't the Dutch like people that like are super tall? You have to be like 6'2" to like go there, because or like you have to be a minimum of 6 foot to go there. I just feel like it would be like it's probably one of those countries where 6'2" is like kind of like it's like the starter package. Yeah, 6'2" is a starter package to not appear like a tiny person there. So I'm never gonna go there because I'm only 6'2" and I don't want to be like not tall. I'm already like not tall enough in America. It's like you got to be like 6'4" nowadays to be tall. So I can't go to Dutchlandia or I unfortunately don't get the Dutch trait of being tall, so buying clothes sucks. Oh, I never thought of it the other way, where you just can't buy clothes because it's like everyone is tall. See, I have a problem with, like, when I buy pants, my legs are so long that it's like I can never find the waist to height issue or weight to height ratio, because I have like I'm not fat, so I need a small diameter for my pant size, but I need long pants, and it's hard to find that in America because it's like the longer the pant, usually it's accompanied with a very large stomach. I'm not trying to offend anyone. That's just how it works in America. So that's why I'm a big fan of fleece like pants and basketball shorts, which is mostly what I wear. If I want like jeans, I'm gonna have to look around for a while because of my leg length problem. Are you Dutch or do you just live there? Says Leaf. I'm 5'4". That's really short. I had to Google that since I don't know how feet and inches work. Is 5'4" really short, right? That's pretty short. I'm actually Dutch, but unfortunately wasn't blessed with a height. Future Oil Painter says what's happening. We're just talking on YouTube. The convo is all on YouTube. We're talking about Dutch people being tall. I think 6'2" though is a perfect height just for comfort, because I think beyond that, like I think you'd start to like just not fit into things, and you'd have to buy specialty clothing and things of that nature. I'm actually oh sorry if that's something that matters to you. You bear young, maybe you can still grow. Well, that person did say they were young. Maybe they will still grow. I don't mind being short that much. It's just that buying clothes suck. Sam's Clubs has jeans. Do your skinny legs? Sam's Club has jeans. Do your skinny legs? My legs are normal for like. I mean, I weigh 100 and I think I'm at like 192 right now. I mean, my legs are skinnier-ish, but they're like normal for my height. I'm like a normal height, normal build person. I think. I don't think I really have any like. Although I was inclined to be skinny for most of my life, I think once I got up to 200, and then like I dropped 10 pounds because I stopped eating bread and beer and pizza and chocolate and stuff like that, and all the other stuff. Uh, and I did it on purpose, but like I was trying to hold on to the 200, but you have to eat a lot of eggs and meat to like, if you're not gonna eat carbs, to hold on to weight. So anyway, I think I look not skinny now, but you should have seen me in high school. I was like 135 like in high school, same height, but I don't think I really grow anymore. So F me, I guess. I think you can grow up to 20. Well, I don't want to speak. I know some people have growth spurts kind of late in life. Half water pounds. Pounds is a British, right? It's like originally a British thing. Um, 95 kg. Nice. Kilograms, yeah. I used to we used to use kilograms in Belarus because that they also use like the metric system for everything. But in America, we are British imperialists, so we use the pound. I don't know why we don't just go to the European system for measurement, especially when you're trying to like measure things in inches and you have like 1 inch and 1/4 or 2 inches and 3/7 or whatever. I know it doesn't work like that, but I guess it gets progressively more confusing the more you look in detail. Whereas like the metric system is a lot more linear. I don't know why Americans don't use it, but I guess it's just being stubborn. I guess once you adopt the system, sometimes it just kind of sticks with you. I don't think I'll grow that much. Probably doesn't help that I'm trans, so I have a small woman height. Wait, trans, so I have a small woman height instead of the small man height, so that makes me even smaller for dude standard. I was wondering, RC, about that. Uh, yeah, because 5'4" is not short for woman standard. Is 5'4" not short for a woman? Maybe not. I don't know. I mean, it is the Netherlands, but yeah. Same with Fahrenheit. Yeah, Fahrenheit, we are at, I don't know what 33 Celsius is, but I think it's 93 or something like that inside my house right now. So it's definitely like, I don't know. I think more in Fahrenheit just because I've been in America. But at some point, my computer switched and it won't say. It used to tell me the Fahrenheit, and then one day it just says Celsius, and I can't find a way to like switch. On the bottom right. But my thermostat says Fahrenheit, so I've like learned to think in both ways in terms of like the heat. The rest of the world use Celsius for temperature. Why don't we conform? I think it's just who we are. We just don't conform. Not as much as I think. Woman, Abrihi, like 5'5", 5'7". I was in Scotland. I was in Scotland last month, and we went to a comedy club. There were some Americans there, and the Scot said, "How have you been enjoying our heat wave at 20 degrees?" And he asked the guy, "What is a heat wave like in America?" And he was like, "About 100." Yeah, about 100 is like where that's pretty hot. And the comedian was like, "All right," and now I'm a normal human. Now in normal human language, because all of us sitting there were like, "What the fuck is 100 degrees Fahrenheit?" Fahrenheit, yeah, like 100 degrees is gonna be. That's gonna be. You're gonna have a hard time breathing that air in. So I'm sitting like my house right now, except for my dog's room, because I'm running the AC for the dog. I'm sitting in 93 degrees, and you're actively sweating just sitting here. So, I feel fine because I'm just like healthy, so I can like tolerate it. But my dog is old, so I have to like have him in an isolated room with the AC. But yeah. So just so you guys know, 100 Fahrenheit is like it's 7 degrees hotter, and I'm sweating right now just sitting here. So. Maybe I should title this picture like Penguinism or something. But you didn't learn about Fahrenheit in school, RC, because we did learn about Celsius and how to convert them in school. I know they try to teach us. Like, I know in high school, I think I was like considerably stupider, if I'm being honest. Like, I think my IQ increased as I got older because like there's certain things I just picked up on, like mathematical stuff and just things, just various things that like they would go over it in high school, and I couldn't like even pick up on what they were talking about. And like now I kind of like grew into knowing things, so which I think is pretty interesting. So I think my IQ was like super low in high school, and yeah, and I didn't pay attention obviously, but. Oh, thank you for the emoji. Appreciate the stop by. I keep forgetting what your name because you have like the Asian letters and stuff. I keep forgetting what your name is because like of my memory, but I appreciate the stop bys. The warmers weather I've personally experienced in the Netherlands was around 40 degrees Celsius, which according to Google is 104 degrees. Yeah. Leaf, no, we don't learn Fahrenheit because basically the U.S. is the only place that uses it, so it isn't very useful here. So we only learn about Celsius and Kelvin. Calvin Klein, that is. Was hotter than Florida summers. I didn't know. Honestly, I'm surprised that it got that hot over there in the Netherlands. I just assumed you guys like. I assumed the sun just stops by like once a year for you guys. Waves hello and then moves on. I know Belarus was actually a lot like Illinois. Like we had like really hot summers and brutal winters. Like that's how Illinois is. It's not good. We have like the worst winters and we have the worst summers. We have 2 weeks that are nice. As you're transferring into a different kind of hell, you go from a frozen hell into like this heat where you're just constantly suffering and gasping for air and to be in front of a fan. And then you get another 2 weeks before you transition into another nightmare, which is a frozen tundra. So Illinois in America here, it's the worst state. Like it really is just the worst. Everything here is the worst possible thing. I hate it. Not really, but kind of. It was around 90, 95 degrees in Fahrenheit this weekend. It was really, I'm really surprised. But in the true Dutch fashion, it did also rain a bit. It's supposed to rain tomorrow. I'm really looking forward to the rain. The muggy weather, it doesn't bother me. I can handle any humidity. It like has zero effect on me. If I'm being honest, I'm like my dad. He's like a swamp creature. He can handle any. It doesn't. Heat and humidity doesn't bother him. Heat does bother me a little bit. Yeah, I need to go to Dutchlandia one of these days. Check it out. Amsterdam or whatever's going on over there. It was not fun to be in 95 degrees weather in cosplay during Dutch. Oh, nice. The closest I've ever gotten to cosplay is like, I wanted to make Halo armor out of resin. Like back when I was like in high school, but I didn't have the facilities to do it. But yeah, that's the closest I've gotten to being a cosplayer. Cause I'm like, yo, like having armor that you make by yourself is like, no, not Amsterdam. Damn. Well, close enough. It's over there with you, like with all the European stuff. Oh no, you guys have the cities. You guys have the cities on the water, right? And wait, am I still thinking of Amsterdam? Aren't the Dutch the ones that built their cities like right above water level somewhere? You are not above the Arctic Circle, Yuri. They are not. Who is not? I really dislike Amsterdam. Sorry. I've never been there. Never been there. I love Comic Cons. Yeah, who did you cosplay as? If I had to cosplay, I'd probably be... If I could put on like 30 pounds of muscle, I'd probably do like a Gears of War character. But I have a hard time putting on a lot of muscle. But if I think maybe I don't know, probably like Halo, like a Halo ODST. If I had to do it. It's like the least Dutch city in the entire Netherlands. I've been there, but unless you really want to get weed, it really isn't that interesting. I've smoked weed a handful of times. It's not for me. I'm not a weed guy. Like it's legal here. It's legit. You can go get it right now. I tried it, and I'm just like, I don't get it. Like, I don't get what the hype is about. I just sat here and I like drooled on myself, and like I couldn't remember how to like do anything. And I'm like, okay, that was a waste of 4 hours. I don't get it. Like I'm not, I don't understand how people can passively. I don't, and I'm not knocking on people. I understand there's different strands and people use it for different reasons. I know people use it for pain management. I'm just saying I did it a handful of times, and each time I'm like, I just don't see. I don't see I don't see the thing that I'm supposed to be into here. I feel like I can't even game because my brain doesn't work correctly. At least like if I'm sober, I can like at least even if I'm drinking beer, which I love beer, which is why I'm stopping. But like if I can be like I can have as many beers as I want, and I can still game competently. I can like honestly like I'm pretty good at like drinking and being good at video games. Weed, like I just sit here and I'm just like I'll look at the remote control and I won't remember how to use it to like turn the television on. That's the entire 4 hours. So that's why I hate weed. Lol, weed, the country's marijuana repository, is that the official country flag? Weed is very legal in the Netherlands. Isn't it Venice? Or maybe both, you bear right, sorry. I don't know. Amsterdam is just very crowded, very touristy with lots of like not Dutch stuff. Yeah, what is the true Dutch like? What? Because I've never been to Dutch place, Dutchlandia. I forget what is it the Netherlands? I don't understand why the Dutch can't have like a name for their country that correlates like France, French, right? Germany, Germans, Dutch, Netherlands. It's confusing. I'm just saying you guys need to like clean that up. It's really confusing. I say you guys should just be called Dutchlandians. For my sake. Like so I don't get confused as much. But I get it. I don't know if you want to see Dutch stuff, go to Ed Hoven. Might be biased. Okay. I probably won't, but I'll look at it online. I believe you. I would go travel the earth. I'm just too lazy. I'm like a hobbit from the Shire. I have zero desire to leave my house unless it's a motorcycle or I have to walk my dog. Honestly, Dutchlandia is better than Holland, so I'll take. Wait, so is it Holland or is it the Netherlands? Which country? Like, it's getting more confusing by the second. I've never heard of Eindhoven. That's a city, or honestly, just anywhere that isn't Amsterdam. It sounds like you hate Amsterdam, but I get it. Once a city turns into like a tourist nightmare, it's like it's not really that country city anymore. It's just like it's trying to create like the Disney version of that country, and it's like or whatever they're trying to do over there. But since I don't smoke weed and I'm not like really into coffee shops or whatever goes on, whatever kind of nightmare that goes on in Amsterdam, although I'm sure there's like some nice architecture, I have zero desire to go there. Holland is just two of the provinces. Nord Holland, that's where the Nords live, I'm guessing, and Zuid Holland, that's where the Zuids live. Nice. You guys have so many cool names. We have like we borrow all our names from Native Americans and like Old English words. We don't have like cool Dutch words. Nord is north and Zuid is south. Oh, I got you. Okay, I thought you were talking specific nationalities to those regions or something. thinking about this calling this picture assault penguin Arctic something. I need like another word, like Arctic combat. I don't know, like something with Arctic in it. But I think this picture is like kind of like done. I'm like looking at it. I think I'm done with this picture. If I'm being honest. Like I could render out the bottom here a little bit more, but I think I'm good. Well, actually, I could sit here and like just like fix stuff up, but I don't know. I think this is a good note to like end this picture on, and do a posty post. I'm gonna post this on Instagram, so for those of you who follow me there, you'll see this, but in a more refined format after I put it through Krita and stuff like that. Yeah, I just love to draw this. I think the next picture I'm gonna do is cosmic horror again. I think I had like really good reactions to my Geiger-esque horror stuff, so I think I'm gonna do something like that for my next one. So, they are the same country, Yuri? Okay. Orange. Sorry, maybe I misunderstood. Yeah. Anyway, guys, I'm gonna call this done, and I'm gonna move on, and I'm gonna post it tonight. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I'll be back tomorrow. But yeah, I just don't have too much more to do on this picture, and I kind of feel like it is done. I could sit here and just refine like the micro details, but I don't really feel like it. But anyway, I'll be back tomorrow, guys. I'm gonna go post this and scan it and stuff like that, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you so much, RC Defective, for the follow and the combos. We'll hope to see you in the future, and we'll say silly stuff about your country or whatever. But anyway, I'm gonna get off. I hope you guys have a great night. So I'm gonna say bye YouTube and bye Twitch.